Catch my breath. All right, I gotta press this one button here. BHTMS. That's what we're doing. You're watching. Yeah, post a link. Go for it, Richard. Richard, you're VIP. You can do what you want, man. Richard's been around in the HTML community for a long time. I met him in Manhattan. Oh man, has it been 4 years? 3 years at least. Whew. Okay, I got my breath back. So let's go to context. There we go. Boom, boom. Back to the show, y'all. All right, today on Building HTML Systems, we're gonna refactor. We're not gonna refactor. I'm just gonna show you what I've done, okay? Because oh yeah, I did that. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not gonna do it. All right, so I think I have this running. Code. Let me live share this so you guys can follow along if you want. Where's that button? Where's that live share button? There it is. Boop. Sign in. Thought I've already done this, but okay. Copy. All right, pop it into chat here. If anyone wants to follow along, this is the live share, so you can actually see my screen, chat in here. Hello. If you're not, I don't know why you would, if you're in Twitch chat. And anyone who wants to help out is welcome to join on Discord on our live stream voice chat. And let's show you guys what this React application looks like, because this is certainly a React application. Ignoring some of this stuff. So we've got, first of all, it's Next, and Next is sort of like the loader and like manager of all of the components and whatever. So there's a bunch of plugins you can add to this, but basically all you have to do is run dev, and that runs Next or build. And so this is deploying to Heroku really easily right now for me. You can see this. What I've got live, I think, here it is. So, oh, application error. Maybe it's not, obviously it's not working. It was at some point. We'll deal with that later. Right now, we can see it running here. I'm gonna make this size bigger. I'm gonna split the screen so we can see the console. And this is not styled pretty or anything, but I'm using the default like bootstrap. The code looks decent. We'll get to the styling in a moment, but what we have here works pretty well. Let me turn this off because it scrolls a lot nicer when the debugger is not on. So this is like the size I'm sort of programming for, honestly, because I want it to display on smaller screens. So we've got these scalar encoders that was the first one. This is the first one we run into. And then it's hard-coded to 0 and 100. But then these click buttons, these click things, oh, they don't work anymore? Why don't they work? I thought everything was working. Last time I checked, everything was working. Oh, what the heck? Did I break something? Something's broke. Encoding number is 73. Sorry, I thought I had all this stuff under control. Maybe I just need to bounce this thing. Maybe I just need to bounce it. I don't know where I was. Okay. Remove, when in doubt, remove node modules, reinstall npm, npmi, which takes a few seconds. Get hot now. I'm gonna open my window, hold on. Gosh, NPN. NPN has become Maven, honestly. I'm sure I'm not the first person to make that joke. NPN run dev, and it says it's waiting for instructions. Let's see. All right, does the click thing work? No. What happened? So this was just working. So first issue of the day. Why does the click thing break? So here's what it is. It should be class name interactive, on click, animate value from the state value to state minimum. And this was totally working a moment ago. Oh, that's weird. Animate value, yeah. Oh, let me get my chat up. I don't want to forget. I keep forgetting there's chat. Okay. It works locally for you. That's, what did I do? Let me just close this and start a fresh window, because you never know. Oh, it doesn't like the cross origin property? Cross O, that shouldn't matter. It shouldn't really matter. And I don't think that's the problem with this, but I am gonna fix it because I put it there. It wants a big O here for some reason. It's kind of silly. Okay. Let's try this again. Coding numbers. Let's click. Yeah, okay, that works. Click there, and if you click here, it'll move to the other side. I don't know why there's no space here. There should be. Okay, so I got a couple of things I wanted working. These guys can kind of fight. But they won't back up because I think it destroys the animation handle. All right, so I've been working with David. I don't know what you want me to call you on the chat, DDuck. I've been working with DDuck 003 on this offline a little bit. So he's helped me out quite a bit understanding the React part of this. Here's an interesting thing. I've got almost all of these are synced. It's kind of hard to see, but all of them, oh, we're missing one. Oh, look, that's weird. That's not right. These should all be synced. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Now they've stopped syncing together entirely. Something's certainly wrong. Is this one? Look, they're synced right now. I'm gonna hover off and hover back on. They're all synced over and over. They're synced over and over. Now if I go to this bottom one and do it, the top one is no longer synced. I go to this one, that one's no longer synced. Every one I go to, it gets detached. So that's not right. Something's wrong there. That's weird. That has to do with, you're gonna take a look. DDuck's gonna take a look, David. It's definitely something to do with how I'm creating these child React components. So here is one of them. This is the first one. This is one that's synced up. So we've got two ways that I'm trying to deal with state here. We've got page level state, and this value, min, max, n, and w, they're encoder properties, right? So all of the whole page is going to display encoders. Encoder diagrams, and these are going to be the global state. So these will apply to some of the diagrams that are forced to be updated whenever the user or any of the other diagrams change the state. A set of diagrams are going to get updated. They're going to be controlled essentially by this global state. But not all of them. I don't want every diagram to be tied to this global state. So this is how you create one where you tie it to the global state. You send all the global state in, and React will essentially re-render this component anytime this state changes. Now, the component also has to have an opportunity to update the global state too. So, for example, when I hover over this, I'm changing the value this 50 versus 60 versus 70. I'm changing the value, and that's a page global variable. So on update, it's going to send me, and I've got the simple scalar encoder encoded to get this as the D3 hover thing happens. It will call this on update and send the new value out. And I'm calling set state on the global page, on the page object. So React then is supposed to re-render all of the other diagrams that have that state, that state is being passed in. So these two, and then here's the one that's not attached to global state. As you can see, we send in specific values and we're not tracking them at all. It tracks all of its own state. It doesn't bubble out values because it's not using this on update function to send value out. But the rest of them that I have so far are using this page state and setting the value. At first glance, let value equals this get value may be the culprit. That could be. That was the weirdest thing about it. Oh, you mean that? Oh, wait. Let me find it. This one. Right, so I have this get value function that, so in order to, let me talk through this because in order to enable what I just said there, which was I want this type of encoder, because this is a class and an instance of this might have global state or might have local, might not. So in order to differentiate that, I am assuming value is the only thing that might be a global state. And I've provided a custom getValue function that will either return a local value or get the value from whatever props it was sent in. So it's supposed to, in this case, handle both conditions where I have my own state or the parent's handling my state. That's what it should do. And it does that at access time. So whenever the value is needed, it will make the decision about whether to use my local state or a global state at access time. So it doesn't do it when it's constructed. Maybe it needs to do it when it's constructed. I tried to do that as well and something didn't work. So my before I did this, I tried adding a constructor here. And I did several versions of a constructor here and I couldn't get it to work. But let's see what this would look like if we do it again. And maybe David, you could help me walk through it. So basically this would be the constructor. And that is essentially the same code, right? I took the magic thing that React did and I put it into an explicitly defined constructor. So if I want to define a value here, I would just say it would be this .props.value. That's where I would get it if I was, because I will be given a value, but I have to have the ability to override the value. So just encoding equals undefined. Oh, you're going to Discord, great. Oh, maybe that's, let me find that. Encoding equals, yeah, this thing take this bit. Oh yeah, you're just copying what I would, yeah, that's what I just did. Okay, yeah. So whenever you pop in Discord, hopefully I'll hear you. Whoops, it looks like bloodshot eyes. That's kind of creepy. Yeah, I'm in the live stream whenever you get there. Just make sure I was on. Okay, so then we want to just say get.value. And anywhere, actually, no, let's not do that quite yet. Let's keep this and just return this dot value, because that's the only place I'm using it, because I want to decide what value I'm using. Let's see what, I just want to see what this does. Can't set property encoding of undefined. I have no this in my constructor. Oh, I have to call super. And I think that's probably what sets the this, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that value is setting itself, but it's not setting anything else. And so basically each value is setting itself, but it's not. The props value is not being respected because it's not that. Yeah, wait a minute. All right, so here's where I'm actually updating this .value. So here's where I'm setting a member variable. Oh, do that. On line hover, I'm setting a member variable, which is overriding whatever the number sends in, or whatever the props sends in. So on render, actually, where's the component did update? That's what I want to look at. So that's going to call update. All these things happen on update. So we're going to get the value, right? So that's the problem. Since we're getting the value, and this is essentially just this dot value. Let's get rid of the get value and try and do this a different way. I don't think I'm using that anywhere else. Okay, check Discord, okay. Ah, thank you. Oh, just remove the constructor and do that. All right, well, you don't think there's anything else I'm gonna need in there? Every time I do this, I create a constructor and then I take it out because I think that can't be, I have to need that, I need that for something. Okay. All right, let me try this. This is for component did update. David, did you try the, do you use Visual Studio Code? Because if you did, you could actually highlight stuff on my screen. I've got where's the live share thing? Yeah, I've got the live share link here. I find Visual Studio Code actually pretty good. I've never used it before I started live streaming. Okay, so that was a component did mount, right? Or was it update? Let me check. It was update. Was it update? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do something more complicated for component did. No, that was. I copied the wrong thing. Pasted the wrong thing. Okay, so. Oh, so you're doing a previous props thing. Oh, so you have access to previous props here. So if only update it if it's. And I'm gonna try this. So you're saying this should work. If I use this on update. Let me try this. I keep ignoring my chat. I keep refreshing anyway, just because I feel like I need to refresh. All right, let's get to where I can see two of them. Okay, that's good. Let's move to another. Okay, that's good. The top one is responding as well. Hey, we did it. We did it. Okay, let me know. Let me go make sure I understand how it works. So this one's independent. And now these are all attached. These are all using global state. Thanks, David. You, once again, helped me out. This one is, oh yeah, and we've also, I didn't even mention this yet, but we've got these, we can change all these parameters pretty easily. They're not the number scrubbable things that I wanted, but we can worry about that later. You can change all the parameters. You can change the min and the max, and it affects all of them except for that one that I didn't want it to affect. So this one has its own local state. So all these are using page state. I got one using local state, and I think that we have a framework here. Yeah. Did I do what you were just suggesting there, David? I don't remember what you were commenting about at the time. But right now, everything is working the way I want it to work at the moment. And what have I changed? Okay, so I changed that. We fixed the value thing. Am I missing anything? So there was just minimal changes to get that working. And now there's this style thing that's really bothering me. I'm going to commit this. And I have a stand-up meeting in 20 minutes, so I will have to, I'll stay online, but you'll see me, I'll be muted. Okay. I'm gonna say, what did I do? Aside from there's something I didn't lay out. Oh yeah, they just fixed, that's somebody gonna mention that. So instead of basically an at access time decision about the value, we have made it update when the component updates. Props that value. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, I can even just do this. Commit message. State update changes. Hey, David, you're in the session. That's cool. I love this. I really love it. I think it's very cool that you can do this sort of collaborative thing. I think, yeah. Even have a chat. There you are in the session. So you should be able to open this repo and like highlight code. And there it is. Isn't that cool? This is the coolest thing. I love it. Oh, you can actually type code. I didn't know you could do that. Hey, that's a good idea. We don't need this at all. All right. Okay. Do you have anything else that you think? This is crazy, isn't it? I never thought that I would, when I started programming, I never thought I would be doing something like this, like live coding to like 15 people while collaborating in real time on the same code with someone. This is the programming of the future, honestly. I know my kids. Does anybody have kids? I've got a 14-year-old and an 11-year-old, and if my 14-year-old's pretty good at tech stuff and programming, and I can see him totally collaborating with people like a group to create software. It's going to be cool. It already is cool. It's cool today. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You've got 19, 16, 14, and 8. Wow, that's a lot of kids. Yeah. Some of them take to it, some of them don't. You know, I thought one of mine would and the other wouldn't, and that sort of went the other way. They both love art. Okay. So here's a problem. Let me go on to my next problem that I wouldn't mind figuring out. So I want to style this somewhat decent. I mean, this is not styled at all. At the moment, I think there's minimal. I don't think I need any of this data name. This is for draggable. I'm not even using that anymore. This I want to keep. This figure, I'm not sure if I need. I probably don't need this because there is already CSS. There's CSS problems. No, nothing wrong with being young. I was 19 once too. I had no idea what I was doing. But I don't think I want that either. So this aside is really only just for one page so far, but I'll probably use it on other pages, so I'm going to leave it. It is for this encoders page here. This is the aside. We'll deal with styling that better later. But what I really want to do is on the layout, I just want to add around this class name body. Let's call it container. And look what happens. So we get great. That's what I wanted. I wanted it to be a little bit centered like that. It's nice. but when I go to my diagrams, my mouse interactions are jacked up. So like a full 50, 20, oh, those aren't pixels, those are values. But I mean, like, what is that, 100 pixels off? And it's the width of the window, you know, so I have to change, like if I squish this down like this, it's closer. So it has to do with like the location, the way I'm getting the mouse coordinates isn't the way I should be getting the mouse coordinates. So I think what I want to be doing is I want to get the mouse coordinates properly. And that's for all of these hovers. So all I really like, the hover here and the hover here. So this is within the diagram D3 hover interaction, that this is wrong. That's wrong on all of them for all hovers. All this stuff works fine. This stuff works fine. It's just the hovering that's off. So we're gonna go look and try and find that. I don't even have a Trello thing for this. So we're gonna go into simple scalar encoder. So this is definitely a D3 thing, and it's probably in, it's in render number line, because that's where, no it's not. Where do we put the, wherever we're, here it is, handle output cell hover. So we've got two handlers for hovering. Let's look at the outline here. Two hover handlers. Handle number line hover. So whatever we're doing in both of these, it's not working. And it looks like we're handling them in separate ways, but both of them are the same amount off. So however we're getting like this event, or however we're getting the page, let's debug into this bit and go right into the number line hover, and just stop right there and just see when we hover at like what should be value 20-ish. Okay, so we're getting our min and our max, and then we're getting e.pagex minus a side gutter. Okay, so first of all, E, this is I think a D3 event that is emitted by the SVG. So I have a, let's look at this handler. I think when I, trying to remember where I set up my handlers. It's got to be in the orient D3, right? Value marker, number line, sysbottom. Because I thought I had a number line handler. That's what that's what I'm in. Let's just look at that one first. But how does this ever get called? I forget. Where do I attach it? Right here. Oh, yeah, that's right. So this is React style on mouse move, and this bit. If eTarget class name animation value equals bit, then handle cell output hover. Otherwise, handles number line hover. Okay, but I'm just sending the event in. So this is a React event, right? If I'm using the on mouse move bit here in React, I'm intercepting on mouse move over SVG with React. Yeah, I know there's something wrong with that side. Wait. How do I find you? Hold on. One participant currently editing. Does this work? Okay. So what should I do with that? Should I just take it out? This is so weird. This is so weird. Okay, I have stand up, and you know what? This is great. That needs to match something, I think, but it's not. But this is more than 10 pixels. This is not the root of the problem. This may be a symptom of the problem, but it's not the root. I think the root has something to do with how I'm getting the coordinate of the event. That event, I think, I expected it. I was treating it like it was a D3 event. No, I wasn't using D3 events at all. I have to figure out how to get the right. What I really want to do is get the cursor X. I don't even need to pay attention to the event. All I have to do is get the mouse cursor X. That's it. On the whole page. Right, I think that's all I need to do. Anyway, I have to take a moment here and stroll into a stand-up meeting in about 10 minutes. So I need to be prepared. So I'm gonna stop for a moment. David, feel free to mess with the code while I'm gone. Hopefully I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes. Well, I'll be right here. I just won't be immediately available. Because I gotta go drive my double into stand-up meeting. And I'm not sure if there's a research meeting today. I have no idea. I've just stopped. Honestly, I asked Jeff, I was like, could we just like have 2 research meetings a week and then we know, then I'll know, you know, we can just put off whatever you might do it one day to one of the other days. But he just won't do it. It's gonna be Monday, Wednesday, or Friday if there's anything to talk about, so. I think I'm gonna have to turn down my desktop audio, sorry, so you guys don't hear me chatting. Morning, Jeff. Good, doing good. Good morning. Currently driving around the office in Redwood City, getting set up for a stand-up meeting and a possible research meeting, although I have no idea if anybody has anything to say. This is a typical Friday for me. I will continue my work session as soon as this is over. So stick around if you want, or come back in a little bit, whatever you like. I see David is working on some stuff. I can see, this is a trippy, you know. I can see what you're doing and I'm just like watching. It's like Google Docs, you know. I'm not scrolling that, that's him. Isn't it? I'm seeing exactly what you're doing. Yeah, it's like I could totally follow you. What does this pin do? Oh, it's an unfollow. So I'm in like follow mode. I wondered what that was. I saw you do that in another one. Oh, that's great. All right, I gifted David Duck a subscription because of all the work that he's helped with on this, so it's very much appreciated. I'm just gonna watch while I'm waiting for a stand-up meeting. It should be in like 5 minutes. I still have to bring up Code a Meeting. Here's the empty Nimita office waiting for a meeting. So exciting. All right. All right, so just waiting around. Open to chat at the moment if anybody wants to discuss anything. Oh yeah, so David, you might have to set your tab settings the same as mine. I'm using tabs, not spaces. So that may be like that. That may be the issue. I've got, I'm using tabs and a tab size of 2 And I don't think the tab size makes a difference, just that you're using tabs. So I just moved it back. I want to try this with somebody else. I need to follow somebody else who does this live share with VS Code. I'm just trying to see if the tabs are working better. That's weird. And on your screen it looks lined up. On mine it doesn't. That is odd. That's okay. I'll fix it on mine. What else? Hey, somebody joined the Discord server. Don't forget, you guys, to follow the channel if you're enjoying this. If you're enjoying watching this, I am about to attend a stand-up meeting for work in a few minutes, so I will be standing up. Okay. Oh man, I should probably update my Jiras. I got Jiras. Let's see. That is actually in progress. That is actually in progress. Oh, I don't need to update anything. Oh well. Okay. Let's you guys watch David work while I'm standing here. I keep seeing the screen like scroll automatically in the background. It's trippy. It's like people working on my code and it's not me. I think I'm still following you. Yeah. Oh, you changed the tab setting. Hit Control Command P, or I think you can go down here where it says tab size, and there's two different settings here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. What's the thing you press? Control Command P. Control Command P, or just go to settings page and search for tabs. And that's where you change the tab size. And then you have to put uncheck detect indentation if you want to override it. I don't like to override. Marcus is coming in now. There's one other one here you have to tab, or you have to check. I can't remember which one it was. I think it's under spaces. Insert spaces. So uncheck insert spaces and check and use tab size. Uncheck detect indentation, uncheck insert spaces, tab size 2. And you want to use tabs, not spaces. I think. Use tab stops. No, that's not it. I think that's all. That's all I can find. I don't know if that helped. All right, I'm gonna be quiet for a while here because we're gonna have a meeting in like 1 minute. So I'm gonna mute my microphone. Sorry, there's not gonna be any music or anything. It's still not working. That's weird. It's very weird. No research meeting, sorry. But I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes to continue building HTML systems. Thanks for sticking around, you guys. I think we're almost done. Hello, hello. I'm back. Hold on. Ah, there we go. Get some of the music back on. All right, I'm disconnected from work. Let me get rid of this. Boop. A stand-up meeting is typical in like software industry or other engineering industries. I think it was part of a lean suite of tools that started in Japan, and I think the motor industry in the late 80s or early 90s. I don't remember, but the stand-up meeting is something that you do. Some do every day. We do it 3 times a week: Monday, Wednesday, Friday, where all of the engineers, and this isn't a huge meeting, this is like that have similar responsibilities, get together and very quickly go around the room, and you've got like less than a minute to describe what you're working on today, what you've accomplished or what you've finished, and if anything is keeping you from making progress. That's about it. And you just go around the room, and it's just a way for a group of engineers to communicate very quickly once a day, so we know, oh, something's helped keeping them from making progress. And then usually there's like an interchange of, oh, well, I'll help you with that. And then somebody will say, well, I'll help you with that if you're having a problem with that. So it's just a way to increase team communication. So I just got an update on what everybody else was working on, and they know what I'm working on. And that's about it. And now we're going to go back because we are building HCM systems again. All right. And back to, I saw David was posting in Discord here. Okay, the SVG. Can I make this bigger? I can. Cool. Okay. Close. How do I close this side? I don't really want that. There. So with props, ref, style, let's go look at the SVG. I got props. I don't have a ref. So you added the ref, this SVG ref. I'm just going to try and see what you did here. Right, create ref. So I looked that up in React. That's how you get a reference to the DOM. Okay, so this creates an SVG ref. But how does it know to go to the SVG? Because you put it in here. Okay, and so I get it. So this is where you want to add this. Ref equals this SVG. Ref equals, okay, that's handy. That seems like a very useful tool. This.svg ref. And then a style, which I already have. So added the SVG ref. And let's see what else is different here. This is stuff I changed. Okay, so that might need to match the page margin. I'm going to come back to that. So we created that. We just cleaned up the value here. Right, so this bit, so this is what we were talking about. This is the way we were getting the this line X is wrong. So we're getting page X and then minus the bounding client rectangle. Okay, that makes sense to me. This is I'm not exactly sure what this E is, what the interface to this E is. And I see what you're doing here, getting the bounding rectangle of the SVG. That's perfect. I think that's exactly it. That's exactly what we want. And then we'll worry about the side gutter thing. And this is just doing the same thing, and that is putting in the SVG. Okay. Great. All right, let me take the debugger off. There we go, right in the right spot. And it's in the right spot all over, no matter how big we get it. Now that side gutter, I think that side gutter is this right here. That's the diagram. That's how much space is on either side. And so if I take that out, it should, if I make that 0, for example, hello, 0. Oh, I'm in the diff. Hold on. If I make this 0, Yeah, so it slams to the side. So that's still, I think that's valuable. I do want to, I could call it padding, and then the top is, you know, this. So if I make this 0, they'll all be squished up to the top. The number line will be squished up to the top. So that's sort of for the number line top gutter. And maybe top gutter is not the best phrase for this, because this is sort of specific to the number line. But this does not need to match the page margin. This is specific to the diagram itself, I think. That's the right way to put it. Yeah, the side gutter. Well, no, I do want the side gutter, because I mean, I might want to change the style of this, because it affects how I draw the diagram. The width of the, it's just a little padding. I could easily, you know what I could do is I could take it out. No, I don't want to take it out. I don't want to take it out. I want to leave it. I had it at 10. Yeah, let's leave it at 10. The style of the SVG? No. Okay, so here's the deal. Look at this right here. This is within the SVG. The gutter is for the number line itself and the encoding box here. So I have drawings moving outside of that range. So this is more the style of the drawing. The gutter for the drawing I'm doing in the SVG. It's those boundaries, because I do draw a little outside those boundaries. So I think this gutter is necessary because I want that 100 to be visible. If I don't have it, if I don't have this, it doesn't look as good. See, I want this 100 to be visible, and the only way to do that is to draw it in a more, closer or farther away from the SVG boundaries. Stop doing that. Okay. So I'm going to leave it at 10. This is great, though. This is exactly what I wanted. So I'm going to commit this, and it looks a lot nicer, too. If you take this off and you view it like a real website, it looks a whole lot nicer. Now, eventually, we'll probably change the diagram so that they're centered. We might even change the style of the text around it so that it's more this shape. Because honestly, it would be nice if, and this is for later, in the Red Blob Games site, he puts some things off to the side. So this is a nice example of a vertical layout all the way down. But in his hexagons post, he puts them off to the side, which is nice because it's all responsive. So as you squish it down, like this isn't that great, but I mean, those graphics that used to be off to the side are now in line. So that's ideally what I would like. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think that's something that we can go apply at a later date. So right now, I'm just going to make sure the diagrams look good. These borders around them, I think that's something I can clean up at this point. I think that's, what is that? It's like an SVG style. Is it? Yeah, I added it specifically. I think it's in this encoder thing in the render debug style. Where is that? Solid. Or I mean, if we just took it out, it would just look like that. And maybe that's what we end up doing. And then you don't even notice the padding. Actually, that's better. I like that better. But I'm going to keep the debug style red for now, and just know this is not what it will end up looking like. Okay, I'm going to commit this again. What do we got going now? So this fixes our problem with the container, adding the bootstrap container. So that's right. I removed a bunch of stuff that isn't going to bother me anymore. This was all a hack that we don't have to worry about anymore. That was fixed by the mouse thing that David just did. Okay, so in simple scalar encoder, this is a simplification. And the rest is using the right X value for the event and putting the SVG in place so that we can do that. Beautiful. All right, excellent. Yes. Fix SVG event sources. Added container styling. There we go. Now I'm just going to push this straight to master. And then let's see why this, why Heroku's not, let's see why Heroku's not messing up. Oh, you got me a, oh, that was me. I added a bot that jumps, that posts into the Discord channel whenever I push, whenever anything in GitHub happens, essentially. Okay, so David left. He said he only had 15 minutes. So anyone else interested in joining the interactive live session? There's a link right there. And so I'm going to continue. What we're going to do now is go on to the next encoder, which is encoding by bit resolution. So we did the min-max scalar encoder. That was this one, min-max. And that's basically just show that you can change the minimum and maximum of an encoder, and it changes the properties of the encoder. Or it changes how the encoder works. This is explicit minimum and maximum encoding. And this is fine that it touches all of them except this one. So the next one we're going to do encoding by resolution. And for this one, we want it to look like this. I don't like that song. Encoding by resolution is over here. All right. So in our last one, we used these .GUI diagrams, which I like, but right now we're just using number inputs. We can switch the inputs out later with another React input component based on .GUI or whatever. But for right now, I'm going to move along. So we're going to have a different input, and it's going to affect resolution instead. So I think we can use this same simple scalar encoder. We just have to pass a different value to it. We're not going to give it min and max anymore. We're going to give it a resolution. But we'll do value in the same way. So this one, I think, is probably going to be independent of the others. Yeah, so this one, when we change it around, it's not going to change all the others on the page. So it's going to be another sort of independent, handling its own state component. So we're gonna try and use the same simple scalar encoder for this, but we're gonna have to change it up a bit to make it work. So let's split this. We are gonna go into encoding numbers. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Hope you guys can see this. Encoding numbers here. By min max. So our next one, I'm gonna copy this one here, because it's the one that does not update global state. And I'm going to put it right here by this diagram stub. And I'm going to take this ID, this ID, and paste it here. And so now we get rid of this diagram stub. And this can all indent over. And I know from experience that this needs a div. Or a P or something. This probably just needs to be a P. No, this is the subtitle or whatever, figure caption. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to make these figures and figure captions. Let me do that real quick. Figure, yeah, and then a fig caption. That's what I needed. I always forget this. This is HTML5, just trying to keep up. Figure, okay, and then fig caption. And then, so this all is going to be in the figure. And the fig caption will just have this span and not this div. There we go. That should work. So I need the same thing down here. Figure, fig caption, Why didn't it close it? Weird. This will, can I do this? Nope. Take this whole thing, put it up in the figure, indent it manually. Take this whole thing, get rid of it, out of here, in here, indent, done. Okay. Take a quick look. You guys even, okay. Everything is still working. Okay, but this is still, okay, it's independent, but I need to change it so that it's encoding by resolution. So that means we're not going to include a min and a max. It's going to give a resolution. And that resolution, what was it? What did this start out at? 250. No, resolution was 1. And the value was like 50. Okay, so let's say resolution 1. And this is going to be, I don't think it needs to be a decimal, but I'm going to make it a decimal just so you know, just so it's obvious that it's not an integer. And this breaks things because it doesn't know, well, it didn't break at that time. It doesn't know how to, it doesn't have a min and a max. So now we've got to go to the simple scalar encoder. Since we're sending it a resolution, it should be in the props. So whenever we use min and max, instead of using the min and max, we can use the resolution for the encoder. And here it is in the encoder setup. Okay, so we're gonna get min, max, resolution. Okay, so we're gonna use this as we create the encoder. And in this scalar encoder, if we can get into it, either one of these. Okay, one of the options is resolution. So it expects either a resolution or a min and a max. So if we give it a resolution, it's gonna ignore the min and the max. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just going to simply create the encoder with the resolution. And I think it, let me get back here. Let me go back where I was. Ops.resolution. So it's expecting in the creation min max wn bounded. NW bounded. So I'm totally confused here because maybe this is a JavaScript Harmony thing or something, but we are creating, oh, I assume this is creating these. So if all I have to do is send a resolution and it'll figure it out. I think that's all I have to do. So if that's the case, it doesn't just quite work out of the box. It doesn't quite work, so I'm getting an error. Okay, something's wrong here. The prop max is, oh, so it's, I don't think it's, that's a warning because I said max is required. Let's fix that real quick here. I don't know how to tell. Min and max are not required, but like one of them is required. I don't know how to tell React that. And there's also resolution, prop types, number. One of these, either this or those two are required, and that's probably not something you can easily logic into that framework. I don't think this is going to fix it, but at least we shouldn't see those warnings anymore. All right, so we need to get a debugger in here to figure out why our values aren't resolving properly. I need to get in component did mount. Why can't I get in there? Okay, I think we can probably find the problem right here. So X and Y. Why is -10 text mark? No, that's fine. This is fine. This isn't a problem. Here's the resolution one. Here's where I want to stop is the reset encoder, because I want to make sure that this should run on load, but it doesn't. I think this is, let me try and add a debugger. I've had to do this a lot, and I don't know if it's a React thing or not. You sent to Strawberry Jesus, you sent a request for read-only access. Is that what this is? Yeah, you joined the live share session. There you are. So if you highlight any of this code in this repository, it should show up, but it doesn't. It looks like you're not actually connected. So I don't know what's going on. You could share a terminal, share a server, start or join an audio call. Okay, I'm looking for the place right here before we create an encoder. And I want to set it, I want to stop here. All right. So resolution is undefined for this one because props is simple scalar encoder. Now, bounded scalar encoder, we want the one that's resolution. Output range by min-max resolution, right? By resolution scalar encoder, and it does have a resolution. Step, create the encoder. We're either going, is it bounded? Yes, so we're going to go into bounded scalar encoder. Setting the resolution. Okay, so that did what I expected it to do. And now we're going to encode the value. What's the backend for the HTML implementation? If you go to the README, there is a link to it right here. It's called, this is the HTML implementation, simple HTML. The only thing it has right now are encoders. The encoders that we're showing on this page. This is the bounded scalar encoder I was just inspecting. So this is all in simple HTML. This is the thing that I'm thinking about changing to CoffeeScript. Just because it's very English-like. Oh good, I can see you now. Oh, it went away. What happened? So I guess there's like some connectivity issues or something. That's weird. I see that you have joined the live session twice. I don't see anywhere to like approve. Oh wait. There it is, there it is. I didn't realize I had a notification at all, so maybe that'll work. There you are, now I can see you. There you are, haha. So if you move your cursor around and start highlighting stuff, it'll update my page. If you were so inclined to do something like that. But I think it's read only. I think I must have given David, I almost called him Donald Duck. David Duck, I think, oh God. He might have write access because I have no idea why he had write access. But, okay, anyway, we are trying to get this encoder working. So that's what I'm trying to work on. And we're about to run the encoder and get the encoding, which looks like a decent encoder value. And this is the by resolution scalar encoder. But there's something in the way the number line is rendered. There's something wrong. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's in the orient D3 here. We're using the min and max. We're not calculating the min. We need to calculate the min and the max. Yeah, it's a really nice collaborative tool. Can you see highlights on your screen from me, or is it just the other way around? Okay, so this doesn't exist. So here's where we want to stop, really. I'm going to get to orient D3 if I can get to that point. I don't think I can without, oh, there. So we have no, well, we have a min and max in this case. I need to take that debugger off. The min and max is there. Min and max, min and max. Now this one shouldn't have min and max. Undefined, undefined. So we need to get the resolution here. And how did I do this in the last one? So let's go to that, orient D3 in simple scalar encoder. And we need to get resolution here because we might not have a min and a max. And if we don't have a min and a max, we need to set it. So I'm going to very quickly take a look at how I did this in the old source code, because I have a widget for this that did this. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Where's the one for resolution? Configurable. Hold on, I'm going to look at the bounded simple output range by min max by resolution. Here it is. So I'm using a configurable scalar encoder. Oh, I'm giving it a resolution and the range within which to scroll it, but that's not going to be handled by this. So okay, so it's the configurable scalar encoder. And let me go find the resolution. This is, yeah, so this res. So here's where it's happening. We are going to count, so we're getting the left and the right, right? By either, here we go. Get range, no, this isn't. Get range from bit index. I don't remember doing this, but this is it. This is it. I swear, it's this function. It's in the hover range. Get range from bit. I think I have this. Get range from bit index. Here it is. All right, that's not actually how I'm doing it. This is just for the bucket. How many times have you implemented HTML from scratch? I've never done it from scratch. This will be my first time. I've done a lot of encoders, and I've written all the visualizations from scratch to attach to the system. So that's sort of how I learned how they worked. I think I know enough at this point to do it from scratch. I'm trying to figure out how I can use this resolution. I think this is the way to do it. Let me go back and see. This is like the old way of doing it. Is there a simple number encoder, not dat GUI, load HTML? Everything happens in this load HTML function. Update output bits, get range from bit index, hover range. This is basically the same code I've got converted into a React component. But where's the number line? Number line, am I even in the right place? Does this extend to something else? I don't think so. Require template, require scalar encoder and bounded scalar encoder. Let me look at the template. Yeah, so this is basically our template. So we've got the class value. That's the number line, class value. Your text value. So So when we call uncode, encoder, oh, I think setup value access, min and max. So we're sending in min and max here, and we can get it from the encoder. That's how we can do it. So, okay, I think I know how to do this. The encoder, if you give the encoder a resolution, it will set its own min and max. So right here, not here, when we create the encoder, not here, this is fine. But it's this min and max. We don't want to get this from our props anymore. We want to take this out. We don't want this from our props. Let's get this from whatever is calling orient D3. And then we don't even need this resolution either. All we need is that. So when we call orient D3, all right, so we're going to say let min equal this dot encoder dot min. I'm going to see if this works. It might work across the board, and then I can simplify it, but it might not. I'm not certain. And I've got a debugger somewhere. Here. Okay. Breaks. This dot, so there's no, so encoder's undefined on update here. All right, because we create the encoder. Where do we create the encoder? Reset encoder. So we can reset the encoder first, right? Yeah, we can reset the encoder first. Let's reset the encoder first. And then let's just do this. Let's make this very explicit for the time being. And then we're using the encoder's min and max, which should be the min and max, the right min and max. All right, back to the top of the screen. This is the first one. It's working. Okay, let's see. Second one. It's working and it's bounded. Third one is independent and bounded. Fourth one, change in and change W. This one, change min and change max, and vice versa. By resolution. Now we just have to add a number input to change the resolution. So let's do that. So the tricky bit here is, do we want to make resolution a global property? If so, how does it affect the global min and max values? I don't know. Let's try and do this the easiest way possible. First of all, the easiest way possible would be to just add resolution as a global or page state. But then how do we decide when we're creating encoders? Oh yeah, we can do that. Some of the encoders are going to use a resolution, some of them won't. So they won't affect each other. And I'm also going to have, oh, I'm not using this parameter value anymore. I don't think I need this. But I am going to create a new parameter, and I'm going to create one called parameter res. Okay, parameter res. The low is 0.1, the high is 10. And that's going to be resolution, set state, number, value. Should work. And now I just use this down here when we're talking about by resolution scalar encoder. The higher the resolution, we should be able to put this right here, parameter res. So you think of, for example, simply hard-coded min value to 0 and updated encoder's max value based on the resolution value. Probably put this right, I could put it here too. It should work. It should pop up so that we can, oh, now I need to change the step though. Okay, so in this parameter res, I think I can make this step equals 0.1. See if that works. No. All right, let's go look at the number value. Precision value, so there's no step. Step is hard-coded, so I'm just going to add that. Step equals 1. And step here is going to be step. I don't like this format here at all. Every time I screw around with it, it makes me even less happy. Does that work? Input type number, min max, style, value, on change, value, min max. That's better. Style's better, but I'm still not crazy about it. All right, let's see if we can. Nope. Nope, something's wrong here. Let's see. What would it be? What would it be? Value, high, min max, high, low, precision. We're not even using precision. So I don't know why that's even there. I'll leave it for now. What if I make this default 0.1? Maybe it's not. No. So it's not like respecting the step. That's what it seems is the problem. The step. What if I, this used to be, let's make it 0.1, just like that. Because that's, I think that's what it was. Or I mean, it was 1, but even that doesn't work. Okay. So input type number step. Let's just React search for this. React input type number step. For controlled input step does not work as expected unless initialized with null. Let's see if there's a code pin for this. That's weird. Okay, 5. How are they doing this? So they've got a number value step, this dot state that step, no input number value step on change. So it looks like I'm doing it right. It definitely seems like I'm doing it right. Input number value, min, max. So this should work. So I'm not sure why this is not working, but it is not working. High, low, and a value. Let's check one more time how we're doing this. High, low, I'm not getting it a value. Maybe that's, oh, that's, I'm looking at the wrong one here. .1, high is 10. Let's make it 2.0, I don't know, or 3.0. Step is 0.1, value is the current resolution, which might be nothing, but, well, it defaults to 1. It won't be nothing, it'll be 1, if nothing else, and it will be within there. Not sure why this isn't working as expected. Everything seems to be in order. Okay, we're working on this encoding by bit resolution. And this is, oh, this hover is not even working. This hover is working. Oh, that's something weird's going on right now. It's still just a favicon error. Check this out. So I'm hovering over it, nothing's happening. I go over here and hover. And it moves. Why does it move? Something's wrong with this. This one down here. By min and max is fine. By resolution, diagram width, value, resolution. Okay, let me try. Let's try min and max instead. Min equals 0, max equals 100. Oh, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so something's wacky. So when I pass in the resolution instead of the min and max, something really wacky happened. Like it affected how it communicated. How is that? How is that? So it affected how it dealt with state somehow. It's because of, perhaps it's because of it's got to be because of this. If this seems to be working if for any of the encoders, because we're just going to go to the encoder for min and max, but then if I change this, that's the problem. Oh, look at that. It's the step changed. Oh, it's because I hard coded it? Oh yeah, I made it, the default was 0.1. So it works. So it definitely worked. And does it affect all? Yeah, so it still affects all of them. These are still linked together. And I could apply and the step certainly works if the component works. So it's not this number input. The number input's not the problem. Something to do in the scalar encoder here when I'm setting a resolution, because this is certainly not working. Why, I don't know. How is that not working? Back to encoding numbers. The param res. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm updating W with it, not the actual resolution. Aha, okay, there we go. That's why nothing was working. Okay, so we've got, I can go from 0.1 to 3. All right, so now the mystery for the most part has been solved. All right, just to remind you guys what we're working on here, it is we're working on building HTML systems document, interactive document on how to build HTML systems. I'm working on the encoders right now. I'm trying to get through encoders and creating interactive diagrams for each of the different types of encoder that we use in current HTML systems. And then we're going to move on to spatial pooling. So I'm trying to get through encoders right now. This one is what I'm working on by resolution, because you can either define a spatial encoder by using a min and max value, or you can define it by using a resolution, and it will identify its own min and max value. And that's where I'm at right now. So I have I'm sort of surprised this doesn't change anything. So if I'm changing this, I want this min and max stuff to change. So let's see. I change this, no, just a mouse over did that. But if I change this, yes. Okay, min and max. This is the wrong, this is simple scalar encoder. Keep going, 2, 3, 4, and I think it's the 5th one. Output range, 5, min max, 6 resolution. Okay, so here we have, it has a min and max, but it doesn't have a resolution. I think that's because I took it out. I think that's just because I was fooling around and I took it out. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna put it back in now. No min and max, just a resolution, 1.0. I hope this works. Okay, it doesn't. Why not? Why not? I'm gonna remove this here. Kind of like it with just one. The higher the resolution, the larger the input range. Okay, so we need to, on change of that resolution, this thing needs to update. So let's see if it does. When we change the resolution, we should get an update. This should be called when we change the resolution. Okay, it is. That's good. The encoder min is 0. The encoder max is 100. So we're going to reset the encoder. All right, and we should use the resolution, which is undefined. Hello. What the heck? All right, hold on. I'm going to put a conditional breakpoint right here. Resolution is not equal undefined. So we should fall into here if we're ever resetting our encoder with a resolution and not a min-max. Okay, so now we know we're in the right diagram. We have a resolution of 1, which I'm not that interested in because that makes our min and max 0 and 100, I think, the way that I have this set up. Yeah, so min and max is 0 and 100. Okay. So now the resolution is still 1. Now I want to change the resolution. Pop. Resolution is still 1. And that's because it's a global state change, and I'm giving this a local state. It's managing its own local state. So all I need to do to fix this is to manage its state globally, which is pretty easy, actually. All I have to do is make this dot state dot resolution, and then React will take care of the rest. If I understand React, that's what should happen. Yes, it did. It worked. I get React. Sort of. Okay, so that explains resolution. That's great. Oh, but the value hover is not working. Are any of the value hovers working? Oh, why does it do that? Yeah, that's really odd. Yeah, value hover is not working. This hover is working, this one's not. Now when I go over here, it moves. Something's weird. There's a bug somewhere. It's like it's getting, how would it get its value set? I'm only setting its resolution. High resolution scalar encoder. Okay, let's figure out why this hover bit is not working. So we should handle output cell hover is working. Ta-da! But handle number line hover is broken. But it's here. So we must have a bug here that won't allow the number line to be rendered if there's a resolution and no min and max. So that's probably all it is. 'Cause look, here it is. This is it. We're getting it from props. We should be getting it from encoders. So that's easy to fix. That's easy to fix. Can I just do this dot encoder? That would be brilliant if I could just pull min and max off encoder like that. I mean, I'd love that. That would be super cool. Oh, it totally works too. That's super cool. Okay. So now it works. Now it works. And there's no connection between the two. All right, so here, now we're handling the range of the input entirely with a resolution here and with min and max here. Woohoo! Okay, one more. One more under the belt, you guys. All right, we're making progress. Back to our Trello board. That's what I was working on, was by resolution scalar encoder. Let's do a quick code review of that and see what we've changed. Okay, in the simple scalar encoder, oh, I can clean this up. So I don't really need to, this is all internal. In orient, I don't need to send min and max. I can just say basically what I did. This, I like doing this. Min, max equals this dot encoder. So I'm just going to steal the min and max off the encoder. That should still work. Yeah, it should still work. Everything still works. Okay. Okay, so that's where min and max comes from. Again, we're adding resolution when we reset the encoder so that it uses resolution if it's available. Getting min and max from the encoder and adding resolution to the types. That all looks good to me. This was just cleaning up number type so I could read it and see exactly what we're setting in there and using the step as a property. Adding resolution as page state. Adding a new number value parameter for resolution. Adding figures and captions, and adding the new resolution scalar encoder. That's it. Oh, this is great. All right. Okay. Added encode by resolution. Encode scalar by resolution diagram. This is great because we're using the same, we haven't had to create another class at all. We've got basically one simple scalar encoder that's doing everything. And we're just sending it in different parameters on how it should work. I'm just going to push upstream. You're going to see that in Discord. Boop. All right. And somehow I saw it on my phone too. Again, my voice chat's live on Discord if anybody wants to jump in there. And I'm gonna go back to the next thing. So check this out. This is in review. I've got several new diagrams that we've done. I've already done this stuff, so we'll take a 10-minute break or so and then come back and we'll work on the next one. The next one might be a little harder. The next one is a cyclic encoder. And this is different. If you look at this one, this is a little bit different. So this could be interesting. We can also change W. I don't have it configured so you can change N, but you can, mouse over this value and transform this from a line to a circle. And this is reminiscent of the hexagons transformation here. If we go from pointy to flat top, it's so similar to that. That's what I'm going for. Where'd it go? That's what I'm going for, and it's a little bit I mean, I don't like how it expands. It looks like it's a lot bigger when it's a circle. The circles are a lot smaller. I'm thinking about changing aspects of this. We'll see. But it would be nice, I would like to trigger this from outside, so this will be a global state, whether this component is displayed inline or not. Maybe it's not a global state. The rest of this page, I don't think is going to have that distinction. There aren't going to be any other diagrams that are going to display in that way. So I do want to show this is interesting. This is about categories, and this value should be, there really should be some type of number line associated with this probably. And this is also about overlaps, you know, values and how changing N and W will make some values seem similar to other values. You know what I mean? But this is a little bit bulky because the values are being changed by these input things, and we might end up reimagining this a little bit so that you can just grab them and move them, which seems a little bit nicer. If I could just, like, if this was centered here and I could just grab it and move it like over there. But we'll see. But the next one is going to be this cyclic scalar encoder. Oh boy. So we're going to look at this code for the cyclic scalar encoder. Let's close all and look at this old ugly code. I say old like it's years old. It's like months old. I worked on this maybe last year. Here's the cyclic encoder. All right. So this, I think, is going to be another diagram, like a new diagram, not. It's either going to extend the same base. So maybe this is where we end up having to introduce a base class that does some of the D3 stuff, because I know there's certain like these linear scales that I set up. It's something that I'm commonly going to do. And I realize also that I can do this, which is nice. You can just, I won't worry about that now. I'll do it later. So I'm wondering the best way to do this. I certainly want a component here that is a cyclic scalar encoder. And I want to reuse as much code as I can, but I don't think this diagram has anything aside from the number line that's very similar. And I'm okay having a bit of repeated code between the diagrams for something as simple as like a number line. I don't necessarily think I have to abstract away a number line. It's simple to draw a number line. And so I might just create a completely new component here, and we'll decide as we go along how much of it we can pull out and abstract, and if we want to pull out and abstract some of it. So I'm going to create, before I do this, let's actually start a branch, because this is a bigger thing. I'm going to create a diagram, and it might take me multiple attempts to do this. So cyclic scalar, we'll call it that. And then we'll create a new file here and call it cyclic scalar encoder JSX. And I'm just going to copy and paste in it initially. I know I'm going to need this. I know I'm going to need that. I know I'm probably going to need this stuff, but I'm not going to. So the encoder that I want is still, let's go look at that. This is simple HTML. The encoder I've got here, there is a cyclic encoder. So we do want to grab the cyclic scalar encoder from this, I think. All right, and I'm calling it a cyclic encoder. Okay, just making sure. So this will be cyclic encoder. That's what I'm going to grab out of here. I'll keep the on and off I don't know if I'm going to use those or not. I'll keep the debug style. This is going to be called cyclic scalar encoder. I'm probably going to still need a ref, an encoding, an encoder, a value. All this stuff is valid. This is also valid. This is most likely the same stuff that I'm going to do. The orientation. We'll see. This may be display to input to bit range. I'm not sure if this is correct. I'm going to take this out for now. But I know, or this. That's probably not going to apply. But the value, this is a scale that gives us the number line hover, I think. We'll see. Reset encoder. There will be no resolution. Maybe there will be. I mean, we could always... might as well leave it. I mean, you can create a cyclic encoder with a resolution instead of min and max easily enough. Okay, so the number line stuff is going to be pretty much the same. It's the render output cells that's going to be very different. Okay, so I'm going to just comment that out for now. I'm just going to make space for it. Get range from bit index. I don't need that yet either. Handle output cell hover. I don't need to do that yet either. And handle number line hover, render. Okay, so all this stuff is going to be different. So all the markup anyway. So the cyclic encoder markup looks like this. And I'm not going to use the dat GUI probably. Okay, I'm just going to put this side by side so we can. So we're saying we'll do ID ref style. I don't think we need a class. On mouse move. That's fine. So this is where the stuff starts. And we don't want any of that stuff. This is the stuff we want here. Right. So let's put that stuff and this stuff. So, and of course I have to pick all of these class name, class name, class name, class name, class name. All right, how? Got something off here. What's one parent element? I'm missing something. GG. Oh, there's more than one SVG here. That's not what I want. So I'm gonna have to fix that. There should not be more than one SVG. If anything, it should be a group. This should be a group. Class name bits. So we've got a group for value. Group for bits. There's already a group for bits. Why is there? Why was it in its own SVG? I don't know. Seems like it's... We'll figure this out. Okay, class name. I mean, this isn't going to work, obviously, the first time we turn it on. It's not even attaching to the DOM. I've, like, commented everything out. Now the value marker might... Let's find out. So I've created a new class, a cyclic scalar encoder, and now, if I want to use it... You're back! All right, David, here's the... I created a new diagram. And now I was working on, so I got this by resolution diagram working, which I'm pretty happy with. It keeps its own state, value state, but it gets its resolution from global resolution, and it's the only diagram that does that. So it's got sort of this global interaction with global state. Everything else is working great. And now I'm on to this one. So this one's not going to be easy. This one looks like this. All right, so it's got this. So the number line is pretty much similar. I've styled it a little differently. There's no there's none of those Bezier curves. But you can change the width of it, and you can swap into a circle. So so the idea is to explain how basically a cyclic or periodic encoder is just simply a scalar encoder that you've turned end to end, front to beginning. And so I like this idea of like scrolling back and forth in between them, so it makes it extremely obvious why cyclic encoding is the same as scalar encoding. And also, we'll do the same thing with category encodings in the next section. But right now I got to figure out this bit and how to, so this we're going to create we're creating a new encoder called the cyclic scalar encoder. And as we go along, I'm going to decide if or when we need to pull out an abstract class that handles some of the D3 maintenance, perhaps. We'll see. I'm not sure if that's going to be necessary or not. But we're going to find out. Okay. So nothing is happening at the moment. And I have created I'm on a branch for this. I've created the cyclic encoder class, but I haven't actually started using it anywhere. So now I'm going to go to pages, encoding numbers, and we're going to use this encoder after we pull it in. I'm not using this anymore. Cyclic and cyclic should work. So this cyclic scalar encoder is going to be the next one right here where this, where'd it go? Oh, code example, and then we have the stub. All right, so this is going to be the cyclic scalar encoder. And as far as parameters go, properties, it's going to have, should have a let's do just min max like we have been doing. Actually, I wonder if, let's do it like we've been doing the others. Let's give it this global state and see, and hopefully it can fit in that paradigm, because that would be cool to show that it's just like all the other encoders. So on hover, it'll set its value to, and it'll snap to anything that you set it to. I'm not sure how that's going to affect the display, because this might not work very well. Like I might hard code in to be something small, and W to start off it. Like we may have it keep its own. I really like the way we set this up, so I can have some of these diagrams hold their own state, but value always gets emitted out. And any one of these I could have it update any global state in this onUpdate function. It's nice. I like this. So in this way, min and max min and max will be updated if anybody changes it, but N and W won't. So I'll always have that consistency. They can hover over, the value will change. That's fine. Yeah, so everything else will change with it. Okay. So let's configure this much like we've done the others. Figure, fig caption. This is going to be here. This is going to be here. Okay. Now, I don't expect this to display properly. This broke something, obviously. Simple scalar encoder is not defined from the cyclic scalar encoder. $227? Wait, is that what it said? 277. Oh yeah. It's not a simple scalar encoder. I forgot to change the name. Cyclic scalar encoder. I just went with the other one. There we go. Okay, this one though. Okay, bounded is always going to be false. Bounded is always going to be false. So we're not going to have a bounded. Values fine, on updates, but min-max fine. Resolution we're not going to use. ID is certainly required. W and N are required. I guess I can have resolution. It's not going to hurt anything to keep that, because it'll process it the same way. Okay. Scalar encoder not defined in 73. Did I not import these like I did the other? Oh yeah, I need these encoders. I thought I only needed a. Oh, I think for this example, I only do use a scalar encoder. I'm only going to use a scalar encoder here for the time being. And wherever it says bounded, we are not going to use bounded. Okay, bounded is right out. No, this is always going to be a new scalar encoder. Ignoring bounded. Where else are we using bounded? Commented out. Okay. We're getting closer. Reset encoder. Scalar encoder is not a constructor. Isn't it? Yeah, because I got to do like this, right? Is that it? Side gutter is not defined. Yeah, okay. Side gutter, that's on 58. How do you go to a line in VS Code? All right, where did I get side gutter? I'll keep the gutters for now. Do I need the output cells? Diagram with side gutter. I don't need the top gutter. I think I will at some point, actually. I think it's used somewhere. Yeah, it is. Okay. So here's the encoder, and it doesn't work. But I knew that was going to happen. Oh, I needed a precision round helper, which we have here. I figured we would need that as well. I think I just commented it out. We're not using line function, but we might. I'll just leave it out for now. Okay. Okay, so this cyclic encoder is not doing anything yet, because all I have it doing, it's not even doing the number line thing. Let's go find it. Where is it? Bounded. I don't even see it. Coding numbers. Components. Holy cow. There it is. Assuming we're getting here. We are creating a cyclic scalar encoder, right? Drinking beer and watching me stream. That's right, you were in Korea, right? It's like way early, late at night, early in the morning? Do I have to put a debugger? I don't know why I have to do this sometimes in order to fall into a debug. This should happen. Just want to see this happening. Yeah, there, it's happening. This is in the cyclic encoder. And when I mouse over, nothing's happening because I don't think I set the mouse over up properly. Not as good as Game of Thrones. Yeah, not nearly as much incest and murder. Oh man, I gotta take a little breather here. None of those class methods are bound to this. That's why you did the, how does it work then? If none of those class methods are bound to this, how does, because I saw you using the arrow functions and I took them out and it still worked. Like this, component did mount, orient 3D. I'm using this and this seems to be the right thing. But I noticed that you have done like that in a lot of places, and you said that React will bind this when you do it like that. Is that what I heard you say? Yeah, that's right. But do I have to do that to all of these class properties? Because I don't understand. This does seem to work. But if it works, why do I have to do it? The React overrides, oh, these, not the overrides, but any of the functions that I add, like render value marker, like I'm calling it with this dot as if it were a member function, and I'm using this within it just like it were I was within the member function scope, and it works fine. So do I really need to do anything? The event handlers will have an issue. I haven't even put in the event handlers in here yet, but in the other one they didn't have an issue. In my, let's see, I want to understand this. Handle line number hover. I'm calling this here this is being called, right, and this is how it's being added, and I'm not binding. I see what you're saying. So this should be bound, but it's not. But this is working. All these thises are working, only when coming from another this method. So is it best practice just to do this all the time, just to basically make all your functions like that? Is that why you did it? Something wonky's going on. You do it like that. All right. I guess I could. I don't like doing something I don't understand why it works and why it doesn't. Everything seems to be fine in this way. As long as it's working, I'm not going to do it. When I run into the problem, I'm going to keep that in the back of my head. So if I have a this binding issue, I'm going to remember this. That it could be because of especially if it's in some type of event handler. Hi, Falco. Welcome to the stream, Falco. We're making some pretty decent progress on this. Look at all the diagrams we've got so far. It's looking pretty decent. I'm up to the point where I'm doing this cyclic encoding one, and this bit, and it's a little bit hacky. Like you see, there's like a flash of content. I don't know if you can see it. I've already done this one in the WordPress framework. So now I got to do it. Now I have to translate it into a React diagram. So that's the plan. And I'm not sure if I want to restyle it or not. But it's kind of dorky, isn't it? It looks a little dorky. But we'll do it and try and get it to work as is first. and then move on from there. So, okay. So, what we have, first of all, is we've got encoding, encoder, and value, reset encoder, orient D3, and render number line. And we're not doing anything. The render line is not working. So this, I think this should work in the render value marker. So I'm just going to step through this in here, because here's where it should be rendering. And I think there's something right there, and it may be just the text. Oh, I thought that was a siren outside. It was the music. So there's one problem I know already. You like it looks cool? Okay, that's great. We'll keep it as it is for now. The thing I don't like about it is there's this little flash of content that it's like a we'll see. Oh crap! No, I forgot what I was going to. Right. It's so the markup's wrong. The markup's unexpected. There used to be 2 SVGs in here, and now there's only one. And we're gonna have a mouse move over the whole thing. So we've got, here's the value for the number line, and this is for the output bits. And this text is part of the label that only is around when it's expanded into a circle. My voice is starting to hurt. So now let's see how we're binding to this. This is, so in component did mount, we're getting the root like we do in all the other ones. We apply that and we call updates. So encoder. Let's see where else we're doing root. So then we render number line, select number line. So there's our first thing. Select number line. Let's look at our other encoder. Its markup had something called number line. So let's use the same thing. We might as well do it the same way. Let's split it. So cyclic one. Let's look at your markup and see how close we can get this. So it just says class name value, and I don't even see one that says number line. So let's add a number line here. And then we have value marker. So we might as well use this exact same code, value marker. And then this stuff is the tricky part. Why is this called range? I don't know why it'd be called range. Hey NetPixel, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. I'm just doing some React stuff right now. 3-man raid. I welcome all of your folks. Come on in. We're working on some visualizations of HTML encoders. And the encoder I'm working on right now is this one. And the tricky bit here is you can change it into a circle. And it animates so you can see how a scalar encoder and a periodic or cyclic encoder are essentially the same thing. It's just that the value rolls over the end and comes on the other side. So I want to be able to visualize this in 2 ways. One, using the line, and swap back and forth using the circle. So I imagine this being a toggle like this is a toggle. Pointy top to flat top. So I'm gonna put these little like button looking things in the markup so you can swap between them. Each one of these has got this too, and I like that. So if there are other diagrams that have this state, they could each set it as well, just like we're doing in other places. Like we're setting the value in other places. So this is the one we're going past. We've already done 1, 2, yeah, we finished 2 encoders today, I think. And this is the third one. This is the complicated one because we had to create a new class. So I've got, and by the way, for those of you who are new, here is the repository. And all of the details are there. Okay. All right. And so we're looking right now at the simple scalar encoder, which is the class that is running this and this, this and this. These are all simple scalar encoder diagrams, and they're all React components running D3 and I'm interacting with them with D3. And these are React components that are setting global state, and all of these diagrams are then updating in real time. So this is going to be an interactive document that explains how encoding for HTML systems works. And I'm up to the cyclic encoding part of it, and that's what we're working on now. And I have something rendered to the screen, even though I have 3,933 errors. So I expected this to happen. All this stuff is half broke anyway. So anything I do is probably going to trigger this. Or not, I don't know. Resolution? No, there. Render number line. So the cyclic encoder is re-rendering because I've changed the resolution, which that shouldn't have happened. Because I didn't make it sensitive to the resolution. Right? It should have been. I'm not even giving it resolution, so that's weird. But if min and max, if value, oh, it was probably from the value change. Okay, yeah, it gets re-rendered if there's a different value. Okay. So that makes sense then. It's being re-rendered because I updated a value over here. And so it does have this scale, it does have that, but top gutter is 40, but it doesn't, what's breaking? Okay, let's step over that. That was fine. Maybe, let me understand this error a little bit better here. Okay, I got 15 errors already. Did that happen on page load? Diagram width is marked as required. Oh, I'm not setting in the diagram width then. That's why this isn't pulling in. So that's the easy fix. I'm just going to grab it from this one. It's sort of just a property of the encoder. So that should pop out now. Yeah. That's good. I can turn on the break on exception button. That's true, yeah, this one right here. So let's try and interact with the scalar encoder, or excuse me, is that it? Oh, look, it did. It rendered and it's updating the value. All right, so we're halfway there. Well, not really, but it's good. So it's updating. We're just not drawing any of the other things. So there's no exceptions happening at all at this point. Let's see if we change the resolution. Everything should work. Everything's fine. Beautiful. Okay. So the hard part about this, hi Deftware. So yeah, I'll probably be here for another hour or so working on stuff. Maybe more if, I think my wife is picking up the kids. Hold on, let me ask her. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the stream, you guys. You guys are some of the most helpful people in my audience, so it's nice to see all of you. Deduct, Deftware, Falco. Happy that you're here. I've also got some others watching. Torlac, I saw the Michael Jolly earlier. He's still viewing. NetPixel rated with a few people. And then HSGO or RHRH1363. Okay. You're still lurking while you work. I do that too sometimes. Lurking while you work. Okay, so let's get back to, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick break because I need a break. I need a break. I'm gonna put on, I'm gonna leave the music on for you guys. Put on the BRB. I was gonna say taking a quick break. Fair enough? Fair enough, everybody. Let's put it right there. I'm just not gonna worry about it. When we come back, we're gonna try and continue working on the cyclic encoder. I'll commit what I have so far. Although it's not much. While we're still, I might as well do this live. I'm so indecisive. I'm like, oh, I'm taking a break. No, I'm gonna just keep working. Okay, where do we got here? Aren't we coding numbers? Oh, I need to get rid of you. I got my screen split. Adding the cyclic encoder here, and then adding the cyclic encoder. That looks good. And then we've got the whole cyclic encoder we've added, but a lot of stuff we're not using quite yet. But a lot of this, and like I said, we'll decide if and when have a drink. I need a drink. All I have is coffee. I have some water up there, actually, I'll grab. So some of this stuff will end up pulling up, and a lot of this stuff I've got highlighted out, or commented out. Everything I don't think I need, I have commented out. But the number line hover works, and so we just have to do the output cell hover and make them circles instead of whatever. Oh, this is bound because you're using an arrow function in the SVG mouse event handler. Excuse me. Oh, you mean down? You mean actually in the this bit, this, right? That's why this is bound. Because I'm calling it with this. That's the right way to do it, though, isn't it? How else would I do it? That's fine with me. That works for me. If you had a method called handle mouse, you mean, yeah, but it's fine. It makes sense to have it as a property on this. I mean, I'm using this like everywhere in here. Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean, oh, that's why, yeah. Okay. Was this that handle mouse? Gotcha. That makes sense. But since we're being selective about this, we're doing one or the other, so it makes sense to do it this way for this one. And we will do the same thing pretty much in the cyclic encoder class too. Yeah, because there will be a number line hover and an output cell hover, and we'll decide. All right. Okay, so I'm happy with these changes. So far, we don't have the full output encoding of the cyclic encoder, but I'm gonna commit them anyway. Partial cyclic encoder implementation. I'm gonna push this to my branch. Origin cyclic. I already have a branch for cyclic category encoder. That was an old branch. That was the old one. All those branches are not this code base. It's different. All right. If anybody wants to see that, here it is. What you got there for me? This is why we need to bind event handlers and class components in React. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. I've done this before. I think I get it. It's just I wasn't exactly sure like exactly when it needs to be done. This makes total sense though, but that's not how I'm using it. But this makes, if I were doing this, that would make total sense. That I would, yeah. Blame JavaScript. All right, I'll read through that in a bit. For right now, everything's up to date. We close some of this stuff and back to, we'll come back to the cyclic scalar encoder here. And actually rendering these output cells, which won't be cells, they'll be circles. All right. Yeah, I don't want to use the bind. I'm not using bind anywhere currently, so that's good. All right, so let's go back to, I'm just, like I said, I'm going to take a break. I want to take a break. You guys talk amongst yourselves, and when we're back, we'll do some circles, and it'll be great. I'm going to take maybe 10 minutes or so. Thanks for hanging out. I just want to get the blood flowing a little bit, so I do this sometimes. It's not good to sit all day long. In fact, I might put my desk up. What are you guys talking about? Something from MIT. Local learning is better learning. I think local learning is better. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. I saw something about that. I read a different article about those people. I don't remember exactly what it said. I think I'm in tune. I don't like this guitar. It's too, the action's too high. I have a Yamaha at home. It's better. I like the way this sounds better than the Yamaha, but I don't like the way it plays. This is like a $90 guitar. Okay. Need a guitar stand. I have a guitar stand at home, I just haven't brought it. Alright, I'm gonna get back to work. I'm not sure yet if I need to pick up the kids in an hour or not. Yes. My wife said yes. She is picking up the kids. Kissy face. Okay, let's get back to other things. Where were we? Michael Jolly, you like the guitar music? Okay, cool. Yeah, man, I want to play guitar more often. Whoops. So I try to play every day at some point. And the one I've been practicing is Dust in the Wind. I'm getting pretty good at that. But I know my stream doesn't want to hear me play Dust in the Wind every damn day. So I do that at home. Okay, back to the sirens of Watsonville. Hold on. Sorry about that. I gotta hear it. You gotta hear it too. I'll put my headphones on though. So now you hear it way worse than me. I can mute my mic. This is gonna be loud, so I'm gonna mute my mic. Maybe not. They're stopping, right? Oh, oh, this is fun. Okay, hold on. You gotta see this. This is my view out of my office window here. And there's a bunch of school children, and the fire truck is out there. Can you guys see that? So the fire truck usually the fire trucks just come out and just sirens wailing and do whatever, but apparently they're here with a group of school kids, so maybe they're going to do some demonstration. I can't tell what they're doing. They're like shooing them away. Maybe this is a legit thing. I don't know. They're doing some type of event for the kids. Anyway. That's distracting, right? Sorry. I think, oh man, my camera died. Hold on. Camera died, hold on. It's coming back. How's that? Did you guys enjoy that trip? It's a nice view. The cam lost power? Oh man. God dang it. I screwed the whole angle of the camera up and everything. Hold on, now I gotta fix it. I got this. I got this, you guys. This is fine. You can do that. I can do this. Let me just make sure I can see the camera. Let me do this right. I don't really know how to do it right. Is this right? Does this feel good? It can't be. All right. Okay. The camera's blue, so that's my view. See the fire truck out there, and sirens on, and there's like a bunch of school kids around that tree. And then this is La Placita in Watsonville. It's a nice place to work. I'm on the 4th floor of an old building. So, sorry about that. Sorry about the dizziness. I'll put you back. It's gonna get worse. Hold on. Do it like this. You guys don't have to feel the spin. Good. It's coming and going. Come on. I have this USB that works. I have this really long USB cable. It's like all along the floor here. I think it's 50 feet long. That's how I'm getting over there. So now I gotta pull this. This is how I was seeing. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't have my headphones on, so I couldn't hear the crazy music. Dangle the camera. I'm not gonna dangle the camera out the window, you guys. That's just crazy. All right. Did my music die? No, there it is. Okay. Back to, whoa, that's not what I wanted. Back to work. This is what we're doing, right? Work. I'm not dangling the camera out the window. Michael says, no reason to leave the house today. Yeah, You could go, you know, I was watching somebody yesterday on just chatting on Twitch, and they're just in Bangkok, and it's like pouring down rain, and it's the middle of the night, and they're just talking about all the places you shouldn't go in Bangkok. It was amazing. It was really interesting because you're just like, you get this live perspective of somebody on the other side of the planet who's just going through their day, and you get to see, like, in real life exactly what's happening to them right now. I think that's so cool. No edits, no censors, nothing. Just here's what's going on right now to this one guy in Bangkok. It was very cool. I like Twitch like that. My office is not nearly as exciting as that guy's trip to Bangkok. Okay, so the problem that we were having before my attention was dragged somewhere else, is that this cyclic scalar encoder's markup is changed because I changed it. There used to be 2 SVGs in here, and I don't know why. So I need to go. There shouldn't be 2 SVGs. There should just be 1 SVG, which is right here, and then and some groups. Right? We're doing D3 now. Is anybody here familiar with D3.js? D3 is brilliant. I love it. It's a great visualization library for SVG. I think that sounds right. I think it was Snow Crash. I read Snow Crash. That sounds really familiar. That sounds really familiar. We are in the future. It's cyberpunk. We are cyberpunk. Our kids are cyberpunks for sure. My kids are cyberpunks. Okay. So there used to be 2 SVGs here, but what we want is 1 SVG, and we're going to do our whole D3 diagram in this SVG. We're going to have 1 group for a number line, 1 group for a value marker. It's better to have more groups when you're doing D3 because you can control each group independently. It's like an animation group. So you can translate them and transpose them independently. So we're going to have 1 for bits. The bits is going to be the output display. We've already got the number line and the value marker in place. That's what this is. The marker is the red mark here, the number, and the number line is the line. So then we have the bits, and this is what used to be in its own SVG. So we got to find where we're creating something with bits. Okay. Render output cells. This is all the stuff. Yeah. And we're going to do this completely different. So this is the way we did it in the last one when we were doing rectangles. We're going to do this completely different. We're not going to use rectangles anymore. We're going to use circles. I'm thinking about rethinking this. One way to do this is I could go look at my old code, which has the cyclic scalar thing, and it has this logic that takes things in a line and translates them into things in a circle. So we'll probably steal that because that's really the only tricky bit there. But for right now, let's just draw them as circles. And once we draw them as circles, and they'll each like have a state, and they'll each know their x and y, and they'll be tied to some data, right? Well, that's how D3 works. You create the data, and then you for each data point you can render something. So that's what we're gonna do. So in this case, here's what we're doing. We're selecting all rectangles, which they don't even exist yet, and we're saying in the D3 world that actually we've created this G. We've gone to D3 and we've gotten access to this group called output cells. And this is going to work fine. We could use this. I don't know if this is what we want to use. Let's try and just use what we got, you know. So we got a group, and we're going to give the class name output cells. Is that what we called it? I'm going to split this. Split down. So that's the markup. Whoops. Here's the markup, output cells right there. And this one we're going to go look up here. Where were we? Render output cells, right? So here's the G. This is good. This is what we want. We want to get the div. How long do you think it would take to get to the point where you start implementing spatial pooler? I would really like to, geez, I don't know. I mean, I could skip ahead and we could start doing it in a couple weeks, but I don't want to skip ahead. Hold on. I want to get through, well, I'll tell you what I want to get through. It's this bit, time encoding. I want to finish this. I don't think I'm going to do words, and I need to do combined encoding. So we need to do time, finish out this time bit, and there's just a few things to do here. I'm going to skip words. We're going to do combined encoding, which is, I already have a draw up for this. I'll show you, hold on. Oh. I figured out how to display this, and it's great. If it will show it to me. BHTMS drawings, yeah, BHTMS. Here it is. Okay, QuickTime, and I want to open new movie recording. I think this is going to be my screen. I hope. Right, so the combined encoding, where is that? I have this combined encoding. It looks like this. Okay, so they're all going to be cyclic encoder displays, like similar to what we're going to work on today. I do want to have a bunch of circles, you know, basically a scalar encoder in a circle, and then this is going to be the combined encoding right here. So it's going to display. Oh, wait a minute. No. This isn't it. This is what I'm going to use when I'm showing the streaming, whatever. The combined encoding was simpler than that. It was a lot simpler than that. It was this. This is this combined encoding. There it is. Okay. So basically, this is the next one we're going to do after that I haven't even started this yet. So this is the first totally new diagram, and it is like one encoding space and a bunch of different colors, each one having a different encoding, and you just concatenate them together in the same space. And the thing is, there's going to be a switch right here, and when you turn it off, it turns off the colors. So that switch basically turns the colors on and off. So I don't think that'll be too hard to do. But there'll be two states to this. So this is the next visualization that we're going to work on after we do this cyclic encoding and finish out the time encoders like I was talking about here, which are mostly done. I just want to sort of tweak them a little, style them a little, make sure the interactions are working right, because I don't think a lot of this stuff was sort of broken. So there's a little bit of stuff that I want to finish up here. There's one more thing, continuous encoding of the seasonal cycle, and then the combined encodings, and then we're going to go to spatial pooling. And I've got visualizations for the input space already created, so we're going to translate these. And then basically we'll be talking about spatial pooling at this point. There's also one more visualization here that I really like, but I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit. And I think we can make it super nice if once we translate it into a React component. But this is very, very this is all about the spatial pooler. It's about its initial connectivity to an input space, and how you can set up its connectivity in different ways so that it's primed to learn right away or not. So that'll be the first spatial pooler really illustration or diagram, and then And the next ones are going to be a lot more detailed than that. They're going to be like, okay, we'll do one about potential pools. That's all about spatial pooling. So there'll be interactive spatial pooler things. And all of this stuff is going to have running data in the background. So that's when we get to the spatial pooler section, we're actually going to have this thing streaming constantly. And it will be like a data source for the page. And then all the spatial pooler, all of the continuing diagrams are going to be triggered from that state changing. And they're going to all update. And so then this is the one I was talking about, the initial permanences that we've already got partially done, but I'm going to redesign it a little bit. And then we're going to talk about mini-column competition. So this is the big visualization, and this is where we really have to have spatial pooling running. So now you have to have the spatial pooler. So to get this, to do this visualization, we have to write our own spatial pooler. So that's the point where we will hit the ground and write spatial pooling code. And then there's more, I planned on more, and we'll talk about the different thresholds, and we'll allow people to change all these things sort of live and see how it potentially affects a learning system that's running maybe in their client, something like that. And this data, I think I'm just going to make pseudo-random. I'm going to automatically generate it so that it has a discernible pattern. Much like, I'm going to basically auto-generate hot gym data and just step it through time. And like the weekends have a slightly different pattern than the weekdays, but add a bit of randomness to it. So, wait, so did you decide if you were going to do the actual SDR algorithms on the client or server? I haven't. I don't see this. The only reason I would want to do it on the server is if I wanted to have one state for everyone. Like if the clients were allowed to like rejigger the settings on their HTML so it just didn't make any sense and the examples didn't explain what they're supposed to explain. You know what I mean? So there may be some examples where they have to have a solid trained HTML to really show what we're trying to explain. And so I'm thinking it might be both. We might have an HTML running on the server that is sort of just a data source for clients, and as clients load pages, they just get data that's what some of the visualizations are displaying. They're just kind of polling for the last batch of data or something like that. I don't know. So I'm not certain what I'm going to do, but this is what it's going to be like. Constantly, the page is just constantly updating. And this is pseudo-random generated. I already wrote this, so it's super easy to generate this type of pattern that an HTML will find the patterns in. You just make the weekdays a little different than the weekends. That's the plan. But right now we're going to draw some circles, as promised. We're going to draw some circles. Okay. Drawing circles is just as easy as drawing rectangles. It's the three. So we're going to get the group, and we can use the same, let's use the same width, height. Actually, all we need is one or the other. I'm not sure which one we'll use. We'll try both. We'll try a static one and then the bits to output display. What exactly is that? Bits to output display. This is a scale. It's a linear scale. And that is, yeah, so it's going to arrange them all. This is what arranges all of the bits in the horizontal dimension from 0 to the number of bits, including the gutters. So we do need that. So we're going to use that. Bits to output display. That's a linear scale. And then we have this function that we create, and it's going to be what updates the circles. Right now I'm calling it treat cell rectangles. I'm just going to call it treat cells. I might as well call it treat cells, and instead of R, let's call it cell. So we're going to call it a bit. That's fine, but it's not going to be, we're not giving it rectangles. So this X is not X anymore. I think it's called CX. That's going to decide where it's at, and CY. And then I think there's a radius that we need to add. There might be a default radius. Not a width and a height, but I think it's a radius. And we'll use cell width, which is calculated first, and see what that looks like. I know width and height doesn't work for circle. Okay, so this is the treatment function. So anytime a cell is created or the data in a cell is changed, this run. Well, when a cell is created, this runs. When the data in the cell is changed, all these handlers will also run. So like instead of putting a value here, you could put a function, and you could be dependent on the state of the cell. So you could have the stroke width dependent on the state of the cell, the stroke. Any of these things could be dependent on the data unit that the cell is representing. That's the cool thing about D3. I'm not going to show you. Bits to out. So what we're doing here, actually, yeah, this is necessary. Sometimes you can just put the scaling function directly in, but this is necessary because I'm doing it by index, not by value. Okay, so we should be able to call treat cells and send it a group of SVG elements like this. This is exactly what we're going to do. But we're not creating rectangles, we're creating circles. And we're gonna say select all circles, circle, which there are none. And this is the update function. So as soon as we send data, we get a representation of something that hasn't been created yet, but it's tied to this data. And we're telling it right here, we're going to essentially treat the circle, construct the circles. For each one of these circles, this is what you do when it's created. And these were all just created, and this is how we're going to treat them. Treat them, I don't know a better word, style, something, but it's not just styling, you can do all kinds of things. So this is saying when there are any new, and this isn't circles, cells, it's just treat cells, treat cells, treat cells, treat cells. This is going to be new circles. This is circles. So this circles object is not just, it's more than just that. You can call enter on it, which will give you a function where you can take actions. So when there's new data enters the pool of data that this sort of D3 object is monitoring, here's how you can interact with them. So basically, if there's any new circles that pop in because new data arrived, we're going to treat them the same way. And then exit, which is simple. We just, if any data exits, they will be removed. And this is just like removing them from the DOM. So these are like the DOM operations that we're going to operate on each one of these data points, circles representing a data point. Let's see if it worked. I broke something. What broke? That's kind of a weird error. Hold on. Failed to, what kind of exception is this? Let me see if there's something broader going on here. That was a weird error. So treat cells rect. Did I intend to write treat cells rect? Maybe. Nope, you're right, thank you. See, this is one of the things about React I'm gonna have to deal with. Like that would have been caught if it weren't React, I think. Let's see if this helps. Not quite. All right, we're getting there though. I probably just have a cell height, cell width, bits to output display. So here, data encoding, circles, treat circles, new circles, enter, append, circle. This is it. Well, this is something anyway. This should be a circle. That still doesn't quite explain this error, why this error is. I don't understand this error. Let's stop pausing on the error and just see what happens. Okay, here we go. Diagram width is not defined on 119. That's simple enough. So that's just this dot. Or is it this dot props? I can't remember now. Yeah, this dot props. This dot props dot. Nope. Oh. N. Same thing. Well, let's just do this then. I certainly like this. I certainly like this. And this is just a JavaScript thing I didn't even know about. Start props. That's awesome. I love that. That's great. What they call it, object decomposition. That's super handy. Output cells top margin is not defined. Probably not. Yeah, I don't know. That's one of them I commented out, I think. Output cells top margin. Okay. Just remembered where it was. Let's see if there's circles. No. Okay, something's weird. But let's see if they're in the DOM though. That's the first thing you want to check. Are they in the DOM? Nope. Okay, so we're probably just not attaching them. Most likely we're creating them, but we haven't actually like added them to anything. Yeah, so that's the treat cells, render output cells. Did I do that somewhere else? Yeah, did. Check this out. I commented this out and then wrote the exact same thing under it. Did anybody notice that? Don't rewind and watch that. That's embarrassing. I didn't realize that I commented this out and I said, "Oh, I love doing this." Yeah, I wrote the exact same thing under it while commenting how awesome object deconstruction was. So I don't trust this cell width, so I'm going to use cell height because I want to see if that changes. If the circles show up or not. So no, obviously not, because we're not attaching them to anything. So now that I have these circles, I have to attach them to the group, and I'm not attaching them to the group at all, right? No, I'm select all. No, that should be working, right? Select all circle data. Output cells. Are we calling it output cells? Oh, I see. There's the problem. This should be output dash cells. Did you expect me to have circles drawn already? It's not happening yet. I'm still trying to figure out. Oh. Ah, I got circles, but they're not. They're a little too far off. Oh, they're all white. Stroke, dark gray. Okay, so the fill is white. Something's wrong with my circles for sure. But they're the right place. So let's color them. Do I still have on color, off color? Yeah, white, sky blue. On color, off color. Stroke is dark gray. Why isn't it showing up? It's because there's something different with circle. I gotta look it up. SVG Circle attributes. R. It's not radius, it's R. It's CX, CY, and R. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Now they're too big though. So there's also this. I've been wanting to change this. Hold on a minute. This is where's the nerds one? There it is. This should be, I was thinking it should be a lot bigger. If I were to pop this up, it needs to be a lot bigger. Little live coding right here. That's big enough, isn't it? And now I have to filter it and crop it just a bit. Hold on. Crop the right side. Like, this is well worth my time, right? There we go. There we go. Now I'm happy. I'm happy. So now I can go, nerds. I don't know why, that's just, it's very fun. Okay. Back to where we're going. Those circles are too big, right? Let's get them circles smaller. So the radius, I've got a cell height. I don't know, this is probably gonna be better. But they're gonna be very small. And they all overlap each other, but it works, right? It works great, looks good. This was surprising when I originally did this. It surprised me how easy it was at first. Once I like understood D3, how much you could do with it. But it was really hard. It was a big learning curve, D3 was. I need some water. I feel like we're making actual progress on this now, which was great because I was struggling for a while about not making enough progress. All right. So those circles. So we're not going to do the reverse interaction on this one. Does this still work? This link still work, yeah. We're not going to do the reverse interaction on this one. We are going to give some type of state. Falco, you're not useless. You boost my morale. We're going to give this some type of state, global state, maybe global state, page state. It's more like it. That will switch this from a circle to a line. And the thing is, I think maybe this is the reason why I did it in more than one SVG, is because I changed the size of the SVG. I'm not sure how I want to do this, honestly. Let's pretend for now that this is SVG is bigger than 500, because I'm not going to use this at all. I might use that later. I'll leave it. Where are we doing the diagram? Diagram width. There it is. We're adding width here. So we could, with this as a cyclic encoder, we could hard code height to be the same as the width. Just for now. Let's do that for now. And that should give us a bigger area to play with for now. And we'll figure out what exactly we're going to do here. Because I remember doing this exact same thing the first time and thinking, how am I going to, like, you have to make this bigger. You have to make it get bigger. And I'm not crazy about that interaction that we have. Where was it? All the way down here. I'm not crazy about this moving the whole screen down. I don't like that, but I don't know how else to do it. And then there's like a flash of content there. So I'm not even going to look at that old code, except for the bit that just does the linear interpolation. You know, the line to circle bit. Let's look at that, because that's probably the important part. Okay. Strawberry left to share. By the way, I'm still happy to share my code if anybody wants to join in. You can have a look. Oh, I have. Oh, I don't know what that means. I know what it means. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. This notifications thing doesn't make a sound. It just silently says 1. Okay. Right. So now I'm gonna go look in the cyclic encoder code, and I know I'm sure there's a function in here. Set up value access, update output bits. There's got to be a function in here that does this. So I remember setting up, so actually what you're going to do is, how did I do this? I remember doing this. It's a little bit tricky, but once I got it, I think I set up a data array, an encoding that also included the location of the, like an XY coordinate of the element. Oh. And then I would update that data array the whole time, like slowly turning it in. There was like a translation. I can't remember how I did it now. I'm gonna have to look. Set up value access. SVG line on mouse move. Update value, update displays, create encoder. Oh, it's fancy cyclic encoder display. I'm in the wrong place. It's fancy cyclic encoder display. That's a different file, apparently. Where is that? Where is that? Require fancy cyclic encoder? Okay, so it's one of these has a fancy cyclic encoder, and I don't even know which one. Okay, hold on a sec. I gotta sanity check. It's in displays. Oh wow, I've got a category encoder here. Okay, so and a cyclic encoder display. This is what I'm doing. Okay, so maybe this won't be as bad as I thought, because it looks like I have sort of this sort of modularized some of it anyway. It's always great when you look at your comment and you say there's a whole section of magic stuff. Somewhere that's a code smell. Magic, all my magic stuff's right here. Everything else is totally logical, but this stuff, don't try making sense of it. Okay. I have a magic files. Okay. So, I'm creating a fancy cyclic encoder display. So I've got a cyclic encoder display and a fancy cyclic encoder display. And I don't think I'm even using the old one. I think all I'm using at this point is a fancy one. And the fancy one is the one that changes. That's fancy. Just don't open the magic file. If you guys ever get an email from me and it includes attachment magic.zip, open it immediately because it's going to be magical. Whatever happens, it's going to change your life. If you want it, if you want that file, just let me know. I'll send it to you. Okay. Let's find out where the magic is in this thing, because this thing, so I know the radius is a part of it. The radius is it's the radius of the big circle, I think. I've got tiny font, I've got small font, I've got medium font, and big font. Oh God. This is... So this render is called, multiple times during the transition, right? So I think this is the part of the animation loop. There's a big font, no ginormous font, no. It could be huge. No, this is not called, this is called once. This is called once, sorry. Small circle, oh, this is a getter. Small circle radius. Oh, I see. Okay, so again, this will certainly be called at any point during the animation because the circles change sizes. If you notice this, they change sizes. So at any point, they could be a different size. So this getter takes into account display state. But at what point? Oh, okay. So the way I did this is there's several different display states, and that will depend on how you return the size. We're either in a circle, we're transitioning from line to circle, in which case I'm using one type of transition or linear scale to calculate it, or we're in a line, or we're going from circle to line. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but it's a way to do it. So here's the transition function. So this is going to transition from one state to another, and I think this actually is circle or line. Like when I call transition, I'm calling it with the string circle or line. I don't even see where I'm calling it. I think I'm expecting the client code to call this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So I'm expecting the client to call this transition to go from one to the other. This is what's currently being displayed. The display state is, and then when it's done, so here's our animation handle here. So this is all going to be translated into a React component. So I've already got an example of an animation handle in the page, so I'll reuse that. And so again, I'm doing this sort of count out of how many cuts do we want to make to do this animation, and changing. So if we're out of the loop, essentially, we've reached the state we're going to, we clear the animation handle and we delete any transition state we might be in, apparently. Otherwise, we just update the display. So there must be stuff happening in the background so that update display knows what state it's in. Obviously, here we go. We got another one of these switch statements. It's not a switch, but it's a switch. In update display, the same way as we had in get small circle radius to decide what we're going to do. All right, so now it's just time to think about Is this the way that I want to keep doing it, or is there a way to simplify it? And it would be nice if we didn't have this essentially what is a switch statement in two places. One to get the small circle radius. Obviously we're calling dot get small circle radius in more than one place. That's why I pulled it out. Yeah, because we need it to treat the circles. And oh, right, okay, so our scale, our linear scale is dependent. What is this being used for? Okay, so this is update circles. How are we using update circles? Right here. So after update display, we call update circles on the encoding. And I've got this as an underscore, meaning it's a somewhat protected. It's not protected or private at all, but it's like, I don't want the client to use it, sort of thing. So this is something that I'm using internally. It's not something for the client to call. So we're going to update the circles with this encoding we just created. And all this jazz. See, this is what's setting the height of the SVG. This is what's making, that's why I had the other SVG, so I could make it taller, big, and update it directly. Okay, so I'm not going to do that at this time. I'm not going to worry about the height. This is something maybe we'll try and do later, adjusting the whole SVG. And we'll just use the one SVG. There's no reason to have two. I don't know why I had two. So then we update the circles with our encoding. So all this stuff is just to support this. If I comment that out. So I am doing this value display thing. What is value display? Oh, that's just updating like this box with display values. So if I'm not going to do that, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I just need the encoding and the value and update circles. I know what JSDS is. It's nothing you're going to find. Nobody else is going to know what it is. It's an observable data store I wrote about 10 years ago. I'm not using it anymore. That's one of the reasons we're doing this, is to get rid of it. It's a really I don't want to get into it. I used it for everything for a long time. And it's very flexible and powerful, but I didn't document it that well. I'll show you, I think. JavaScript data store. I'm sure it's on my GitHub. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to look at, this is super old. It's 11 months ago. What I do, I think I deployed it or something, but this stuff is super old. I don't know. How do you look at the pulse? It's super old. I don't know what immutable JS is, but the thing that this let you do that I really wanted to do at the time was I wanted to use it as sort of an AJAX buffer. I wanted to have a data store, an observable data store in between the client and the server, running on the client. And I wanted to hook up in the HTTP communication system. I wanted to use this as a buffer and keep all the state there. And every time you went to the server to get anything, to update this with the state. And it's like a tree structure, and you can observe any node in the tree. So anything that was listening to this data store would know that the server was updating it continuously, and all it had to do was listen to certain paths, like XPath. You know, if you know what XPath is, like this. You can set, so the clients could set data using sort of an XPath way, or get data, or they could also say after set, run this function so that I can update my stuff. So it was an observable data store essentially. And I worked on this just in my free time at Yahoo for a while because I was bored. And Yahoo didn't have, that's immutable JS. Yeah, I guess, whatever. I don't know when it was done, but this was probably almost 10 years ago that I did this. So I was using it even here. And I was using it so I could have, so every diagram could be observable, essentially. It would use JSDS for state. In every diagram, I had a convention. If I went into that diagram object, I could say .jsds and then listen to anything. So anywhere on the page, I could listen to any other diagram. I could have some diagrams that listened to the state of other diagrams and updated their state. So it was super flexible. But it does get a little, I don't know, I just didn't want to use something like that I wrote anymore. I felt like there's enough tools out there. Yeah, we've all built stuff like this probably at one point. It was exactly what I wanted at the time. Yeah. It worked great. There's a bunch of tests. I tested the hell out of that thing. And all the tests were running and passing. Anyhow, I'm still trying to figure out how to get this fancy cyclic encoder display. I'm trying to figure out what parts to pull out and put into our cyclic encoder here, because what we want is to render some output bits and to have some state that can change. So first of all, why don't we get rid of this for now? Let's now that I've sort of perused the fancy cyclic encoder display and I sort of know what's going on in here for the most part, it's complicated, but we're gonna try and decomplicate it. Now that I've done that, let's go back to our page and actually like put a component in here that I can like press a button like on and off, like what I want to set it from circle to line or a toggle or something like that. So I would do that. So now I'm guessing I could say React toggle input or button or something like that, and somebody's probably made one, right? React toggle button, there's already a package for it. So now I'm like wondering if this is something I should just do, because it's easy. On, off, that's what I want, So is it this easy? That's super easy. So I don't want to have to install anything if it's super easy. What do you think, David? MUI, MUI React components, MUI React. Material UI. Oh, I've heard of Material UI, I think. All right. Well, I'm maybe, I don't know. This may be overkill. Before I do something like that, let's try and do a super simple toggle button like this, because this seems super easy, right? So I could use this and just toggle on and off and just call it a toggle button. I'd rather do that than try it and then install something. If it's just, so I've already got an input, so we'll create a toggle button, right? Not the bottom part, yeah. So I'll just call this toggle button. And then we don't want to get this stuff, but this should be okay. And let's just clean it up a little bit if we need to. So how does it know is toggle on is a property? Is it assuming that it's in props, I guess? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the label. Sorry. I'm going to take the semicolons out too. Okay, so we're setting the state. We're saying that it's currently on. So it'll be line. And I guess I'll worry about this later. so I can use this. It's better. It's a better handle click. Okay, it's not a prop. Yeah, I screwed it up. You can make JavaScript as object-oriented as you want. What you're seeing here that's object-oriented is React and ES6. Like ES6 Harmony added proper classes, but you don't have to use them. You can still do all the crazy stuff you could ever do in JavaScript. And like, I don't know. Hey, you're back. There you are. Yeah, you screwed it up. It's not gonna work. Yeah, go for it. You got something you want to do in there. I want it, and eventually it shouldn't be on and off. I should be able to tell it what on and what the label should be, but it'll toggle between two things. This is weird. I wonder what happens if we're both. You can work over there and I can do my thing over here at the same time. So I could make this line and circle. For now. I mean, we'll fix this. Like I'd like this to be one of the props, just the labels for the props, so we can do that too. So now, if I want to put this in down here, yeah, you're already there. So right where we're after the number value, import toggle button from components, input toggle button. And all the way down here, right here, cyclic scalar encoder. Let's just put the button right here. Let's see if it showed up. See if it broke. See what broke. What did I miss? Figure 7? Yeah, it did not show up. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, I want it to be attached to a state. Let's add it. I don't know what to call it. Cyclic encoder display, I guess. Cyclic encoder state. Let's call it cyclic encoder state. I don't know what to call it. And we'll make it line or circle. and the button can be either line or circle. I'm not sure the best way to do this. Like I definitely want. We can clean this up in a minute, but let's say like this: line, circle. Check server, cyclic. Doesn't really matter what we start with. Let's always start with the line. I don't know. But now you can use this if as an option to send to the toggly thingy, toggle button. However you do. Did I do that right? I haven't created a new. Oh, of course, I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong here. I'm not creating a. It's not a. I need to do this like const toggle cyclic encoder toggle button. And I don't need a name or anything. Or do I need a. I don't think I need a name. And I'll just do on update. Of course, it's not resolution. It'll be cyclic encoder state. And this down here is going to be that toggle cyclic encoder. Okay. Oh, I screwed that up. Toggle button. Oh, you're still coding in there. So, getting value and options. This is like the script is totally flipped, isn't it? Instead of you guys watching me code, you're watching me watch you code. Code caption. He's going at it. Okay, I'm gonna let you work on that. I'm gonna go. So assuming that we now have a state that we can pass the cyclic encoder, let's give it. Let's call it a display state here, and we'll pass it this dot state dot cyclic encoder state. And so now our cyclic encoder will have a display state. And that's going to be either line or circle. And that's what we're going to toggle through. So cyclic encoder now has a display state property. It's in its props. So when we so let's do the easy way first, and we won't even worry about the animation yet. We'll just either display it as a line or a circle, and then we'll add the animation. We'll add the animation after. All right. I know, right? Like, I don't know what's he even working on there. He's just going at it. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend like I'm working on them. But really, so when we do the output cells, so here this is where we're deciding to draw them in a line. This CX and CY. So how do we do this in the fancy, let's look for CX. Ah, here we go. I remember this now, okay. So when we update the circles, we have to create this new data object. And for each encoding, we add a CX and a CY. I remember doing this now. So like I said, with D3, it's all data driven. So you have to imagine like an array of data that's like an encoding. And what we're going to do is we're going to essentially add. Here's like the array of data, the bits, the bits, not the number line, but the bits down here is an array of data. In each one of these points, we're going to add a CX and a CY to, which is circle X and Y. And to animate this, we're going to take that whole array and loop for as many times as we want to run the animation and update the CX, CY for every single circle, and then re-render. So every step of the way. And that's what this is doing. It's creating the data object at one step, given that whole encoding. So this happens once every step. Update circles. Yeah, we want to keep the size, and that's no, actually it didn't work for me that way last time. Last time I ended up changing the size because, as you can see, it's a different orientation. the circles have to be a different size to fit in a line, but a circle of the same diameter as the line length, the circles will be a different size. They'll be larger. As you can see there, they're about twice the size because, you know, there's almost, I don't know what the math is there, but they're bigger. So we're gonna have to do something like that, similar. Don't have to pick the kids up today, which is good. So we have to do something similar to that for sure. Similar to this update circles function. So let's see where we're calling that. And that is happening right here at update display. So update display is the basic, what is update display in this one? It's gonna be update, right? Update. And then update calls a render output cells. So this is we're in exactly the place to be. So here's the encoding. So this is where we would, this is where we would put that logic, is right here. I keep going the wrong place. This is where we'd put that logic. This bit, where we're creating, so I think I'm gonna take this blob here, because this is the logic that we want. And we can do this simple, and we can just do circle and remove this, because that's the tricky bit. This is the only tricky math in this transition from circle to line. It's right here, and that's just deciding which direction to go when you're doing the interpolation. So let's take this whole bit here. I think this is the right thing to grab. I think this is the bulk of the logic for this transition is right here. So let's grab that, and we're going to use it to update our encoding. We're going to use it to update our encoding. Why did it do that? Okay. All right. So this isn't going to work right away, but we're going to let's take this out. Let's not do the transitions yet. I want to see it work without the transitions. Okay, so we're either going to be in a line or a circle. Okay, this is the easy part. So the display state is here. We can say let display state equal this dot props dot display state. So if our display state is a circle, then it's simple. And that's basically what this would do, this bits to output display. Hello, where did that go to? This bits to output display, which is a linear scale. So I think I can just use that. What is center? I don't have a center. I think I should have a center. Center seems important. Center and update circles here is an X and Y coordinate. And there's a size. What is size? How do we get size? Options.size. Okay, so I think we can use diagram width for size. And for center, that's easy enough, I guess. It's just a coordinate. Where did it go? I like totally lost it. Where did center go? I'm totally confused now. Where did center come from? 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I remove it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong file. Looking at the wrong file. Was there a research meeting? There was no research meeting. Bummer. Probably. I'm not even going to promise anything about next week. This circle, I've already got logic to retain the size of the circles. It's not very hard. I don't want to keep the size of the circles. I want them to change. What I'm looking for is center. There it is. So I'm just going to use this. I'm getting distracted here. So center. And this is dot. Let's do this. I love this. I love this. Constant display state and diagram width. I love that. That's awesome. It's worth price of admission. Display width. Diagram width. All right. Oh, when's next hangout? That's a good question. That's a good question. It's probably soon because it's not this weekend. Or not today. It is. I don't even see it. Hold on. Did I miss it? It's possible that it was today and I missed it. Probably not. Google Calendar. I know I have one. I've got one for this account that's got like Nupic stuff on it. Nupic, public Nupic. I don't seem to have one on the, oh, it is, oh, it's, we only did one 2 weeks ago, apparently, unless I forgot to do it on May 3rd. Did I do a hangout on May 3rd? Guys, I might have totally,
This is the most
oh, shush. April 5th. I forgot to do the last hangout. I was so... sorry about that. I entirely forgot about the hangout. I'm gonna do one. So the next one is scheduled for June 7th, which I'm not sure I can do because I think that's when I'm gonna be at rework. Okay, I'll figure that out offline. I'll figure that out. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, toggle button is ready. All right, we can do this. Mark's got Fridays off the rest of the summer. That's nice. All right, I'm gonna pull this. Interesting. Okay. Back to, so would it not let you put it in place, right? Let's see, I added one right here. You already updated the page. Options, oh, okay, options, cyclic encoder states, value, cyclic encoder, this.state. Okay, great. Oh, that's good, okay, on change. New value, set state, cyclic encoder state, new value. Perfect. And it is down here. Toggle, so let's see it. Let's see. I'll test it. That's funny, you can't test it. Why is toggle button not defined? And what am I missing here? Did I not? Do I have to no, you exported it. Components input toggle button. Export default toggle button equals. I don't understand that error. I'm not sure why it would say that. I can, I could just push this to my branch if you want. What'd you say? You can test it or you can't test it? Can't test it. Okay, let me just push this to your branch and you can see what's going on. Try now. Yeah, same thing. Let me see if this... Why would it fail there? Something weird about the inline export? Oh, I see. Maybe that's... You have to say as... Ah, then we're on to another error. Okay, encoding numbers, this is me. Encoding numbers 23. I think this is me. No. Set to say this dot. Almost. Okay, cyclic, so this is me. This is me screwing around. Let me just comment that out, because I'm sure that's not gonna work. I'm still like halfway just messing with stuff right now, so take that all the way out. Same thing, 122 treat cells, that should work. That should work. Can't read property props of undefined. Ah. Yeah, so I can do this here. Getting closer. 121. Maybe I can't do that there. No? Oh, diagram width has already been declared. Oh, so all I need to do is pull display state out of this. Am I using display state? I'm not yet, so I'm not even going to use that. Okay. Line, circle. Okay, so I don't have this like hooked up yet, but I think this is, let's see if we can, let me test this. So I should, if I go into, it's my cyclic scalar encoder, I should get re-rendered if I click this. Yeah, it's working. Oh, hello? How long has that been going off? All right, so that's good. Every time we press this button, it should re-render, right? Rendering, and again, render again. And we should be able to say this dot props dot display state is circle, right? And again, yes. And if I click it again, it should be this dot props dot display state is line. Yes, excellent. Thank you, David. Works great. That works great. Okay. So I've been going for a long time, and I'm getting kind of tired. 5 hours. 5 hours! That's a long time to live stream. All right? Okay. I'm gonna wrap it up a little bit. Okay, any closing thoughts, you guys? This has been a great session. I feel a lot of progress has been made today. And I think David does deserve an Nimita mug. David, email me your address, please. Don't worry, HSGO, don't worry. Eventually, it just takes a while. Put a camera out the window. All right, I'll put a camera out the window. You guys can look out the window. I should get a new camera and put it out the window, right? The Watsonville cam. There you go. Nice. Different camera position every stream. Uh-oh, hold on. There we go. This is an excuse to buy a bunch of cameras. Right? I can justify buying a lot of cameras just to make my streams more interesting. The middle of Minnesota. There's palm trees all over California. It's crazy. Hold on, let me change this. You're watching downtown Watsonville, CA. What an interesting stream. Live view of downtown Watsonville. We had a good rain yesterday. We've had quite a bit of rain this past year, which has been awesome. This past winter we got a lot of rain. And we needed it. The reservoirs are filling back up. Yeah. Remember the Lexington Reservoir was so low, it was ridiculously low. I've been in California for damn near 10 years, almost 10 years now. Holy cow. I've been in California almost 10 years. That's crazy. All right, I'll find someone worthy of a raid and send the rest of you guys off into Twitch land. Let's see who's online right now. You know, NetPixel has flung me some folks a few times, so let's return the favor. And let's return the favor to NetPixel, who is now streaming, and raid NetPixel. Hey you guys, thanks for tuning in. It's really great to know that you all are out there and you're interested in what we're doing, and I'm super happy to be here working in front of people who are interested in what we're doing, so I'm very grateful. And happy to have met all of you in chat. Keep coming back. I should be online Monday. I'll try and update my schedule over the weekend. And we're gonna raid NetPixel now, so say hi to NetPixel when you get there. Tell them thanks for the support. Take care, everybody. Don't forget to follow.
Okay, so I have to do the arrows myself, right?
Woo! What the heck?
Thank you very much for the raid and for the jump scare.